first presentation, as a part of our National Expert Series, we will hear from two speakers from Johns Hopkins University. We have a more detailed biography available on the board's meeting page on the DOE website, but I would like to provide a brief introduction now. Dr. Ashley Berner is director of Johns Hopkins Institute for Education Policy and associate professor of education. Dr. Berner has published dozens of articles, books, book chapters, op-eds, and widely watched TEDx talks on citizenship formation, academic outcomes, pluralism, and the political theories of education in different national contexts. She led the design of the Institute's School Culture 360 and ELA and Social Studies knowledge maps. Dr. Berner represents the Institute's work across the country and consults regularly with international, federal, and state-level agencies, non-governmental organizations, and school systems. Dr. David Steiner founded the Institute for Education Policy at Johns Hopkins in 2015 and serves as the executive director and professor at the School of Education. Dr. Steiner has published more than 50 journal articles, edited multiple books, and given more than 70 public lectures in the United States. His board service included 4 years on the Maryland State Board of Education and the Core Knowledge Foundation. He currently serves on the board of the Relay Graduate School of Education. And with that, I ask Dr. Berner and Dr. Steiner to please come forward. Is it on, I think? Did you see the green light on the microphone? Okay, good.
And then my colleague, Dr. Steiner, will talk about... Oh, shall I start again?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much for having us this morning. It's a wonderful opportunity to present some findings from a project that we undertook last fall with your state, to talk through the high-level findings and then turn over to my colleague, Dr. Steiner, who will go over some of the recommendations from the survey and the long-term implications. So let me give a brief comment about the context for our work. Our institute focuses on the quality and the outcomes associated with high-quality instructional materials and intense implementation. So the research record is very clear that when students have the opportunity to learn from a high-quality, knowledge-building, consistent curriculum with teachers who are prepared to deliver it well, that good things happen for student outcomes. They can raise the proficiency rates and the overall achievement rates and close achievement gaps more than any other single intervention. So, taking this research, several states, beginning with Louisiana, and now extended to 14 states in the Council for Chief State School Officers Network, have focused intensely on making it easy for divisions, districts to adopt what we call HQIM, or high quality instructional materials. My colleague, Dr. Steiner, has been a longtime senior advisor to the CCSSO network, and we have worked with most of the states in that network and with others on creating the conditions for instructional rigor and excellence. So this project itself was designed to answer the question, for Virginia, what are Virginia teachers using for the two main subjects, ELA and math? What materials are they using? What are they using it for? How effectively are they using it? And what else are they using? The teacher survey of curriculum use is a tool that we developed in tandem first with the RAND Corporation, which started the National American Teacher Panel that found all kinds of data about this. We have adapted that, validated it, and customized it for regional, district, and state use. It's very important. It gathers teachers' voices. It's anonymous, provides baseline data to leaders, and it enables long-term planning. So the types of information that we gather are things such as, what do you use most frequently to deliver instruction? And there's a long list of core instructional materials. We often use Science of Reading foundational lists as well. What are you using these materials for? How do you judge the value of these materials? Are they good for all the subgroups of students with whom you work? And most critically, we ask, what else are you using besides these core materials? Are you going online, using Teachers Pay Teachers, Pinterest, and so forth? And so for this particular survey, we worked with your agency, the Department of Education, to field an anonymous survey statewide between September 5th and October 16th of last fall. The participants were all the K-12 ELA and math teachers in the state. We disseminated the administration of the survey online. We worked with superintendents to send to their principals. We were participating in meetings to recruit participation and so forth. And the time required to take the survey was 10 to 15 minutes. We often recommend that states implement this survey during a PD day where teachers are all gathered together. Survey on their phone or on a computer. Statewide response was 23%. It was a state sample, therefore. It was variable from division to division. At the highest level, what did we find? In English language arts, we found that the majority of teachers report using materials that we would consider HQIM and that EdReports has deemed sufficiently high quality. 37% of the teachers in the state sample are using materials that are either partially aligned with, do not align with, or have not been evaluated by EdReports, which is the clearinghouse for such things. In math, the highest level finding was this. Only 10% of the K-12 teachers who answered reported that they were using HQIM for their math lessons. That of those 10% using HQIM, there was variability even within that sample. Some of them were using HQIM materials, others were using materials that only partially aligned with. We also found district-to-district variation. For example, Fairfax County, a full 88% of ELA teachers report using HQIM, but only 2% of math teachers do. Whereas in Virginia Beach, 31% of ELA teachers and 34% of math teachers use HQIM. In Suffolk Public Schools, for example, 81% of ELA teachers, but only 2% of math teachers use HQIM. So I'm going to turn this podium over to my colleague, Dr. Steiner, who will talk about, most importantly, the recommendations that we made post-survey and the recommendations that we would make to the state for long-term excellence.
Thank you, Ashley, and good morning to all of you. As we look at the findings, the crucial question is, of course, what's to be done? And I want to start by being at about 50,000 feet. As we all know, the implementation of HQIM is useless if teachers don't use it. National data from Tom Kane at Harvard and our own research suggests that teachers are often resistant because they don't believe their students can use the materials, because they themselves are nervous about the level of their knowledge in the subjects, and therefore they water them down, they leave them on the shelf. Clearly, professional development, professional learning is going to be crucial. Without that, nothing. The second point is that often, and this again is nationwide data, we think that professional development means a day's workshop and a breakfast. That is actually the national average for new curriculum, quite astonishingly. Again, we need more than that, right? You don't change the habits of a decade, 12 years, 13 years, which is a typical new American public school teacher, because you have a day of a workshop. It's too deeply ingrained. At least 20 hours, multiple months, and of course, if one can afford it, more than 3 months would be great. And then, crucially, your state no different from the national average in many ways on NAEP, we know that the majority of students aren't proficient in either ELA or math. Now, these materials are designed to be grade level rigorous. If your students are a year behind or 2 years behind, it's not irrational for you to worry that they can't manage the materials. So we have to be concerned with students who are below grade level, students who have special needs, English language learners. Otherwise, again, in many districts, rural, urban, these things won't be used, and not, again, irrationally. So as you think about all of those supports, it will be exciting to do the survey again and see the progress that's made year to year. More concretely, we find that teachers are the best ambassadors, right? So if you can find those divisions that are using the materials well, find master teachers who are really effective and believe in these materials, they do far better than I do or other tweed-jacketed professors at sharing success stories, right? Those matter. Teachers listen to teachers. We have to enable templates and resources for cycles of continual improvement. That means that we don't just generalize, we don't just say teach them. We actually need templates to share with schools and with divisions that says, here's how you think about a bell schedule, right? Here's how you organize your tutoring. If you only have funds for 2%, 3%, here's how you think about supporting the kids who are behind. Really concrete guidance. And then you're only as good as your leadership, right? You all know this. But if you focus only on teachers and don't worry about the district leadership, that is the divisional leadership, or the superintendents, or the principals, and that we'll come back to, it isn't going to happen, right? If a principal is in a school and doesn't give a you-know-what about what's being taught, the teachers get that message very quickly. And I'm going to be very concrete here. That if the principal is still using one of the old Charlotte Danielson, right, Marizano rubrics that doesn't explicitly ask to see the teaching of the adopted HQIM, the teacher's getting the message that it doesn't matter, right? Might as well use the same old, same old. So it is important that principals and teachers get exposure to why they should be using this material, the persuasive stories of its use, the success stories, and that's really what I want to emphasize. It's teacher to teacher, principal to principal, superintendent to superintendent. We cannot just think that we can parachute this stuff in and it will somehow blossom and be used effectively. It won't. We believe, because we think that this is not a 2-minute drill, that in some cases, using competitive grants to incentivize really thorough usage, particularly for your districts that are underperforming, may be a valuable tool. We think also that one of the biggest problems is that we have to figure out how to translate diagnostic assessments, meaning iReady, MAP, whatever you have, into, well, who goes into our Tier 2 instruction, right, into Tier 3. In other words, which students are going to get which support on which materials at what point in time. Easy for me to say, but I have yet to see more than a handful of districts around the United States who do this effectively, right? They look at their iReady data, their MAP data, and it says, well, most of your kids are a grade level behind in a whole bunch of math skills. Thank you, right? I didn't know that. Of course you knew that. The question is, do these students need this prerequisite skill before Unit 4, right, of Eureka? That's the question the diagnostics have to answer. And very frankly, the divisions need your help, right? They need help in modeling that translation of diagnostic to usage. If it isn't translated, you'll get a mismatch. You'll get kids sitting in Tier 2 instruction who don't need to be there. Others who aren't there should be there. And you'll get them misinstructed. You'll get them being given materials that don't link to their HQIM, right? And then they're going to get two kinds of math, and they're just going to be confused, right? The same with Tier 3 and the same with tutoring. Often the tutors have no idea what's going on in the main classrooms. More incoherence. So we have to tighten this whole system up so that there's a very easy through line. It has been done. I mean, I'm not a fan of everything that's happening in Houston, so don't misunderstand me. There are some issues there we don't want to get into, but there's no question that the students are taught the critical prerequisite skills they need in good time so that the access to that rigorous material is made more effective. And the teachers have more confidence that they can teach it. So I think the crucial point I'm trying to make here, and I would leave you with, is granular effort counts, right? It's not glamorous, this work, but it's crucial, right? It's that really school by school, division by division work that says, yes, we've got a sense of our bell schedule, we've got our Tier 1, our Tier 2, our Tier 3, we know how to use the diagnostics, we know how to put kids into those, help, into those areas of help, into differentiated instruction in the right way at the right time. So thank you, and we're here to answer any and all of your questions.
So I have some questions, but I'll let board members go before me if you'd like. Dr. Northern, I'm sure you have questions. I just start with Dr. Northern because it just makes, go ahead.
I'm actually just curious about how you guys see high-quality instructional providers using AI so far, since that's what's top of mind for everyone, and whether it's going to make differentiation and customization easier and how.
Great. So first of all, on the professional development given by publishers, I do want to give you a little bit of news from Tennessee, which is that they've introduced a system where part of the payment to those publishers for the PD is results-oriented. They don't get paid the last part of their contract unless the students meet outcome targets. I think that's very exciting. The best work we've seen on AI is supplemental to the core HQIM curriculum. It hasn't yet come much in those curriculum themselves. So for example, there's really exciting research for a software called Course Mojo that sits next to the HQIM in ELA and really gives students real-time practice while the teacher is focusing on the big needs groups. So that's one. Zern, which sits on top of Eureka. Again, we've got external Johns Hopkins research, we didn't do it, but our colleagues did, that shows it supercharges that HQIM using computer diagnostics, right, with AI to say to the child, you need practice on this skill now, right? Otherwise, you're not going to understand what's coming up. So I think the answer to your question is it's a work in progress. We can recommend 3 or 4 of these interventions. I would say we've wasted billions on stuff that doesn't work, where we have zero research, and that's embarrassing, just like we've wasted billions on professional learning that's generic and not linked to the curriculum you're teaching. But I think we'll see more and more of this. The best is when it works with the teacher, right? Not shunting the kid off and staring at a screen in some separated experience.
Other questions? Anyone? Now I'm going to go here. So I am so thankful for this presentation. I think it really grounds us in directional sort of where we need to go moving forward. Helps not only the board with some direction, but also it gives our staff at the department quite a bit to think about in moving forward. I do think that again, I'm going to kind of double down on what you both said, which is, we can lead a horse to water, but we can't make them drink. And so we can provide, schools, school divisions can provide all of the most wonderful materials that could ever be published in our lifetimes. Yeah. And if it is not practiced and taught to those who are going to be teaching our students, and if it's not repeatedly practiced, so, it's that continuous professional learning that really, really helps for the teacher to hone not only their craft and the content, but also their continual just professional maturity as an instructor in general. And so I think it's really important for us to talk about more in depth, and maybe you all want to talk about this too, just what it means to ensure that our instructional leaders in our buildings, principals, assistant principals, whomever will be the evaluator of teachers, knows and understands the curriculum that is being delivered in every classroom deeply enough that they're not simply going into a classroom to evaluate a teacher on their ability to, their classroom management skills. Our outcomes that we are looking for are not based on a teacher's ability to have, very successful classroom management. While that is a piece of it, we are very intent on ensuring teachers know how to deliver their content, and that's something that I think we've got to start with our classroom, our building principals, assistant principals, and evaluators on before we can move into really aiming this professional learning, continuous professional learning at our teachers.
Mm-hmm. So we would concur. And I just want to give one example and then let David respond to. Look at the state of Louisiana, which had been historically one of the lowest performing states in the country. When John White was the state superintendent, his agency made curriculum the one thing: high quality materials and instruction. And every meeting they had focused on that. And this is a local control state, for Louisiana is, and they still created the conditions from the top, created the conditions to make what they called make the best choice the easy choice, by procurement mechanisms, by holding annual summer institutes for teachers and principals to practice the materials. They aligned their professional learning around the curriculum. They aligned their teacher prep programs. They started to around those. There are all kinds of levers at the top that can create the conditions in your regions for high adoption and high implementation. It starts with the state. It's also the regions. It goes down to the principals and then the classroom, as you mentioned, Grace, having curriculum aligned classroom walkthroughs. And what they did in Louisiana, which our team helped with, is they aligned their state assessments with the most commonly used HQIM, which had another effect of keeping teachers in the materials instead of leaping away to teach disaggregated skills.
So I want to stress a couple of elements. First, you have real authority over your teacher prep programs. You accredit them, right? They should be preparing teachers to understand why HQIM matters and how to teach it with real examples. You have one course at University of Virginia, but this is not enough, right? You need to really get serious about supporting the shifts. And that's not easy because the faculty have no idea, right? I speak now as a former dean of a very large school of education, and it's not a 2-minute drill. But one of the things that Louisiana was able to do, because 80-90% of the teachers were teaching the same curriculum, very tiny list, that the ed schools could be motivated and told, you will prepare the teachers to teach this. Secondly, as you have the adoption happening, your funding contribution to professional learning can be isolated to classroom-based, observational-based right, learning, and not takeaway workshops for weekends that, have nothing to do with what's happening on Wednesday morning. So again, it's frustrating to have to be at that level of granularity sometimes, but otherwise it's such a waste of funds, frankly, of the public's purse. So that's the second thing. And the third thing is to really focus on the fact that you will have master teachers who can lead the teams in your divisions, in your schools. I mean, making a recognition, even a professional recognition of that mastery, and elevating those teachers so they can lead the change is, again, so much more effective than having people parachuted in from the outside, right? If you know your colleague, you respect your colleague, again, it means figuring out how to identify those teachers, then giving them some recognition financially, and enabling them to act as effective ambassadors.
Just add that at one point, Louisiana had 2 teachers from every single school who were being trained on how to look at curriculum and why it matters.
Superintendent Gullickson, I know you wanted to make a comment.
Thank you. Well, we're so thrilled that you're here. I want to recognize Dr. Angela Bird-Wright in the audience, who helped partner with you all to implement the survey, and say, I hope we are doing another survey this fall, because I do know when we did the survey, the board had not yet approved of our math textbooks, and so I'd be really curious come this fall, 18 months in, what do we notice and what changes are, and then continue to monitor that. And the team has been really excited to be part of the CCSSO network, so thank you for your thought partnership. I know they have raved about those resources. We have just started some of the ELA observation tools that you just noted, and still moving forward on math, but we have started to be able to observe classrooms for HQIM implementation. And just given our new board members, I just wanted to pause for a minute to make sure you all, since you weren't here when we did our legislative sort of overview, that there is a new law on the books, HB 2777, and this one is really exciting. There's 2 prongs to it. First, starting next month, we have some focus groups and surveys underway with experienced teachers, division level content specialists, and subject matter experts, really looking at current textbook review and where we have areas for improvement and evaluation, and then ultimately getting towards shifts moving forward with use, right, and adoption of high quality instructional materials, and phasing in by July 1st of 2026. And so there's more here. Our staff is here in case the board has additional questions on that, and obviously hoping we're close partners with Johns Hopkins on all of that work. But I wanted to make sure you all knew this is especially timely with some of the work we've been progressing on over the last year at the agency, but also with the new law and continuing to look forward. And I do know from a few superintendents who have asked about where they have developed in-house high-quality instructional materials and are getting results for students. I'd love to hear your reactions on if there are other states who have also led on sort of a rubric, or if Johns Hopkins evaluates some of those materials, where we can make sure that we're still keeping that high bar on high quality instructional materials, but you're not necessarily penalized for not having to go seek a outside curriculum if you feel like you can demonstrate what you've produced in-house and it's getting outcomes for all kids. So that question has come up on my phone since your presentation went live. So would welcome that.
3 brief.
Without chatting with the team yet, but I figured I would put it out for you to elevate for us.
3 brief points. First, in the aggregate national data, the data we've seen, division created materials tend to not be as high quality as those that are produced with intentionality behind them, but there are exceptions. We have reviewed some outstanding district created materials, and yes, the Institute has a very, very tough and enlivening review of ELA and social studies materials. We also do math as well to determine how high quality they are, where there are gaps, where they're excellent, where they're exemplars. So, yes. Number two is that having whatever curriculum is being used, if it's being used consistently, it's going to have a better effect than teachers selecting their way out of alignment. So, just to be encouraged that divisions that have created their own curriculum, if it's deemed high quality, they should absolutely double down on that and make sure that there's alignment between classrooms, grade levels, and so forth.
Yeah. Agreed. And results speak louder than anything else, right? Results are results. The only issues are one, unless you have a teacher prep program that is tied to that division, it means you can't pre-prepare teachers to teach that material, right? So you have to do it in-house, which is a lot more effort. And of course, you can't share tips across divisions, right? If you have a lot of teachers teaching core knowledge, for example, in the early grade levels, there's a huge body now of shared research tips, techniques. None of that's available to a homegrown. So if it works, great, but there are some costs that come with it.
So I know I'm going to shake the earth with this comment, but as we're talking about how we're preparing teachers, our traditional EPPs are, bringing our new teachers out for sometimes 5 years, depending upon whether or not they're doing a bachelor's and a master's at the same time. But as I've continued to think about all of these things that we're asking teachers to do every day when they come in, I reflect on my own experience in my EPP, and it was largely pedagogical, right? And so, however, I came out at a time when I had to have a content-specific major alongside my educator prep program completion, and that's not necessarily the case these days. So, as the advisory board on teacher education and licensure is an advisory board to this board, I think it would kind of behoove this board to hear from the two of y'all around how can we, and hopefully we have professors and ed department chairs listening to this morning, how can we reimagine EPPs for today's teaching, because I think that's kind of where we are stalled a bit.
Yes.
And so I'd love to hear your feedback on that.
So, disclosure, I'm on the board of Relay Graduate School of Education, but as Texas results show and elsewhere, they have the highest level of outcomes for their graduates in the United States. Why? Because they've inverted the model, right? The conventional model is you do a lot of textbook reading. You read John Dewey for 2 years, and then you get dumped into a classroom with some over-harried, over-pressed mentor teacher and an adjunct professor, I'm not exaggerating, from the EPP program, who haven't been aligned and aren't trained. And we hope and pray that that's some kind of professional learning. And of course it isn't. It's where medicine was in 1905, very frankly. What Relay and other innovative programs have done is flip the switch and said, look, the clinical has to be the core, right? Your own program had realized that, but it's very rare, right? So the seminars, the readings are based on, at best, videotaping of you in front of your students, right? And even if you can't video, the person who's teaching you should be watching you in your practice teaching. Right, so the more we can switch the emphasis from reading, right? It's like if I want to get better at tennis, I don't just watch Roger Federer on a video. I mean, it's very exciting, but I got to learn to throw the ball up straight, right? And the only way I'm going to do that is to have somebody help me actually watch me do it and get me to be better. So there's a lot to be done in terms of reducing that textbook learning and increasing the clinical learning time. And then secondly, I wish that this state could take national leadership in certifying mentor teachers, right? In actually recognizing, as do, by the way, all the leading educational nations in the world. Go to South Korea, see how they do it. Certifying mentorship as a professional development line, as a growth professional opportunity for teachers, so that it's not some second thought. Right, it's crucial, because last thing I'll say, the most damage to an American child in school is done by first-year teachers.
Is that Madam President, may I speak into that a little bit?
Yes.
Yeah, but because I have a little history with this from also my time at a university, and there were some challenges in doing this in Virginia, in that we couldn't relate the assessment data to the individual student teaching.
Right.
Student teaching, so you all are familiar with this. Yeah. So CAPE, and I was actually on some accreditation teams for CAPE and NCAPE, which is part of the EPP prep program. And when you talk to colleagues in other states, they were able to access that data and tie that student teacher to the assessment data. Right. Because they do require to show progress in K-12 learning. We also, my last year there, kicked off EdTPA, which is the videotaping that you're talking. That had a lot of unique things trying to kick off that first year, and they've come a long way with it. But again, it's another component that I don't think is required for our institutions of higher ed right now, but maybe should be, because it does the clinical piece that you're mentioning. So.
Absolutely, concur. I want to go back to something that President Creasy said about the content, the subject matter mastery, because to David's point, all of the high-performing nations in the world have two things required of teachers. Number one is clinical. Number two is in-depth content knowledge. And background knowledge about the subject actually drives pedagogy, because it's impossible to lead kind of dialogical instruction in the classroom, where your Socratic seminars, if you will, if you're not comfortable with the background knowledge. So making sure that every teacher in your classroom knows where each subject is going, focusing on the content, and then the clinical. Those are the two pieces that high-performing systems have used for decades.
Very quickly on that. In this country, we know that a great percentage of elementary school teachers went into that profession because they love children. They may enjoy the arts. They probably enjoy literature. One thing they almost never enjoy is math. I mean, we have a level of math phobia among our elementary school teachers that translates into disastrous national results in math. I mean, I use that word carefully. We're in the 30s in terms of the rankings internationally in mathematics. And it starts young. So some of the tests we use for new teachers to assess their math, they're out of date. They don't represent the kind of rigor. The national experts on this issue say, for example, that elementary math teachers simply don't understand why the children are making the mistakes they're making, right? And if you don't know that, you can't teach them effectively. So the math is a special problem. Because it's not just lack of knowledge, it's antipathy for the subject.
Dr. Northern.
Yeah, just another quick question. I get concerned that we don't have a strong enough knowledge base behind HQIM.
Yeah.
I know we kind of rely on ed reports, and a lot of that's inputs based and not outputs based. So, and we know that there's not an incentive for curriculum vendors to, give their curriculum to the What Works Clearinghouse and have it evaluated, or to pay for an RCT. Right. What efforts are you guys seeing nationally to bolster the rigorous research behind HQIM that's more outcomes based?
So the first real RCT came from charter schools, unfortunately. I love charter schools when they work for kids. I love all schools, any school that works well for kids. But David Grismer, who did the work, found that core knowledge had outside gain. And that wasn't RCT, but it was in the context largely of charter schools. Then Tom Kane did his work, and what he found was that teachers weren't using the materials. The headline was there was no increase in results, but the real finding was that fewer than a quarter of the teachers were using these materials for anything approaching what they were supposed to. The best proof points are individual districts, like Houston, like Duval, which was one of the first, and states. So Louisiana and Mississippi. You all know the Mississippi miracle. It's actually not a miracle. I was there and had the privilege of being, when I was commissioner in New York, sitting down with Kerry Wright, who's now at Maryland, but was, of course, at Mississippi. And she had this huge table with her 112-point plan for implementing HQIM in Mississippi. 112 points. And I remember laughing to my shame because no one's going to make this happen. Well, she did. My point is that those two states were among the worst performing in the country. And Louisiana, Ashley has mentioned, went all in, right? They really said, we're going to have a coherent system. We are not going to have 50 bad curriculum. We're going to train the teachers on it. We're going to teach it. And for at least a time, we're going to test it. That's a whole other story, right? Ashley mentioned briefly, our ELA tests are tests of nothing in particular, right? They are totally SES tests. I mean, they're highly correlated with SES because they're really tests of background knowledge. If you know what the passage is about, you can find the main idea. If you don't, you can't, right? If we would do what most countries do, which is actually test what kids read, and then give them an unseen text, they would, the gaps would close. So bottom line, you're absolutely right. We need more research, but the problem has been that with the partial exception of Louisiana and Mississippi, we haven't had high implementation. So there's been nothing to research. The reason David Grismer went to those schools was he knew that those charter schools were really teaching that curriculum, right? He had the ground level data, so he could say, all right, I'm going to randomize between those kinds of schools, and I'm going to see the difference, right? The schools that are using core knowledge, the ones that aren't. And he found major effect sizes. I mean, really strong effect sizes. So I would say that it's a young science in this country because we have a great deal of resistance to usage. But I think Louisiana is your best guide, and I'll close by saying this. It was the only state that showed progress through COVID. Right? And that's a remarkable achievement.
I just want to add something to your question, Dr. Northern, about the clearinghouse issue. So in math, the Ed Reports evaluates the skills and standards. But in ELA, where we love Ed Reports, in ELA and social studies, in the humanities subjects, there's a vast difference between content knowledge and skills. And so Ed Reports is a wonderful gateway for standards alignment, but in our judgment in the humanities, background knowledge is the key to closing achievement gaps. So we really believe that research. There's quite a lot of research, much of it done by Dan Willingham here, E.D. Hirsch internationally. Certainly when we study international education, the content knowledge is what we see. So our institute does have these knowledge-rich reviews of materials, which we're happy to share. Some of them are not public, but that is a clearinghouse of sorts. The Knowledge Matters campaign in ELA has reviews of whether or not curricula are intentionally building knowledge, and that is really worth a lot, the Knowledge Matters campaign. So I would commend that. We have done some early research on the impact of wit and wisdom on student success, and happy to talk about that. It's not an RCT because, of course, it's hard to design an RCT. But finally, there's a new organization, a new nonprofit called CAMBIAR that is funding RCTs of some of the best knowledge-building ELA materials. So we're very much looking forward to what they find in the field.
And the most powerful evidence actually does come from abroad. So when France dropped its national knowledge-rich curriculum, every sector of the student population over the next 10 years dropped dramatically in their scores, nationally and internationally. But the most underprivileged children suffered the most. England did the reverse. They had a skills-based curriculum, and they switched back to content-rich, and they started climbing in PISA dramatically. So I don't think there's any doubt. I do think that you're right, we need, right, those studies, but we need the conditions on the ground to make them possible.
Just one brief comment from one of the studies that we undertook in a large suburban district is that we studied for 3 years the implementation of a knowledge building, high quality material, and we saw, number one, that it took 3 years for many teachers to use it at scale routinely. Number two, that principals were the crucial factor, sort of the differentiating factor in whether or not teachers were really buying into it. And in another study of the same materials, we did find that concerted efforts with one curriculum with PD alignment at the building level had positive academic signs for kids, outcomes for kids, and also for teachers in their sense of well-being and in their retention.
Superintendent Gullickson.
Thank you. This is incredibly helpful. I want to circle back to our educator prep programs. As you know, in Virginia, the Secretary of Education oversees 56 agencies, including our community college system and all of our public higher ed institutions. And so we sit in a little bit of a different spot than some of your other state partners. We also are certainly big fans of Relay, but as a Teach for America alumna, they are always known as a disruptor, right, and leading. And so I'm curious, I appreciate the plug for Louisiana and Mississippi from the department side, but I'm curious about which states really been leading on sort of the state EPP shift effectively well, because obviously Relay's just always been known as a sort of cutting edge and forward thinking, and I specifically am flagging that because there was the recent NCTQ report, and some of our presidents flagged that with Secretary Gadara on, you know, it specifically called out that Virginia's teacher prep programs are not including math pedagogy content in their programs. And so we just have this really ripe opportunity. The governor convenes with our council of presidents every quarter, and you just have some interests that might not be as accessible in other states. And so I'd just be really curious, sort of who's leading on that EPP transformation versus they just started from the ground up as a disruptor?
Yeah, so with the exception of Louisiana, which has that very special situation because of years of HQM, and then, of course, Mississippi on the science of reading, where they did the same holistic approach. Heather Pesky, when she was deputy commissioner in Massachusetts, began to do really exciting work, including certifying thinking about what a certification program for mentors would look like. I wish I could give you a longer list. I really do. I don't think that the best practices, frankly, are to be found in the United States. Obviously I'm a fan of Relay, but they are a disruptor. I think, this is one case where looking at what some of the best countries in the world are doing is worth it. Partly, I think, I'm going to put my neck out here, there's a politics here. When I was commissioner in New York, one of the great challenges I had with reforming teacher prep programs was that the teacher prep programs made money for schools, right? They were low overhead, high tuition, and any effort to disrupt their current practices, and their presidents were calling the state senators, and the state senators were protecting. I mean, it's just true. It is notoriously difficult to move these institutions. But I think it's notoriously difficult because boards of education have been reluctant to pull the lever of accreditation. Right? I mean, it's an old secret, frankly, that these national bodies almost never cancel accreditation. They give you 1 chance, 2 chances, 3 chances, right? And this is it's not corrupt, don't misunderstand me. It's just business as usual, right? To get tough with teacher preparation programs means sitting down with your divisional heads and saying, here's what you need to be demanding from your teacher prep programs, right? They should be requiring absolutely shared rubrics around the placement of clinical student teachers, and not just have two languages that don't meet in the middle. So there's a lot of work that can be done if the state has the courage to do it. I did some advising with state leadership. We have plans. In the end, I have to say, it's about political courage.
Any other questions or comments here? Please.
I just wanted to say thank you. This was wonderful. I'm trying to keep up with the notes, but I really appreciated y'all's expertise, so.
Thank you so much for the
Yes,
opportunity.
thank you. We are endlessly grateful for you all and the work that you've done for us, and we hope to continue to do. So thank you so much.
It's an honor for us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And if we could take a quick 5-minute break before we move to the next item, thank you. we are ready to move on with item B, International Baccalaureate Program. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, President Creasy, Superintendent Gullickson, and members of the Board of Education. My name is Amanda Navetrel, Director of the Office of Advanced Learning at the department. As requested in an earlier board meeting, I am pleased to present today on International Baccalaureate Programming in Virginia. We are also fortunate to be joined by a member of the IB organization team, Laura Lane. She will be presenting a few of the final slides focused on interdisciplinary instruction in the middle years program and how that work aligns with the IB diploma program and the IB career program. I will formally introduce her and the work that she does in support of Virginia school divisions shortly. International Baccalaureate Programming in Virginia provides students with robust learning experiences in the K-12 space. This program is highly regarded internationally as an accelerated, personalized option for students that prepares them for the post-secondary landscape. IB provides a comprehensive education for students that develop lifelong learners who thrive and contribute to a global society. Today's presentation will cover IB enrollment data in the Commonwealth, intended to enhance understanding of where specific IB programs exist in Virginia, the number of students enrolled in the various IB programs, and performance and professional development data. Then we will transition to dig into IB-specific components of programming. On slide 4, you see a color-coded map of Virginia. The divisions marked in blue indicate that an IB program is offered in one or more schools. The IB Baccalaureate organization offers 4 different types of programs under the IB umbrella. This graphic displays the 4 different programs and the number of individual schools in the Commonwealth that participate. We will highlight each type of program on the following slides. The PYP, or Primary Years Program, is offered in school divisions listed on the slide. This is a program for students aged 3 through 12 and provides an inquiry-based transdisciplinary curriculum framework that builds conceptual understanding. The number of students at the top represents all students that attend a PYP school, as this is a full school model, meaning students enrolled in this school are automatically considered PYP students. The MYP, or Middle Years Program, is offered in many middle schools and or the first 2 years of high school in the school divisions listed on this slide. The MYP encourages students to make practical connections between their studies and the real world. Most MYP schools at the middle school level in Virginia also utilize the full school model, which is indicated by the number of students enrolled in MYP programs on the slide. To break that number down a bit more, approximately 8,500 Virginia students continue their MYP journey in their 9th and 10th grade year of high school. The CP, or Career Program, is offered in several school divisions in Virginia. This is the newest IB program and incorporates the values of IB education to address the needs of students engaged in career-related studies that can lead to additional education, apprenticeships, or employment. Students can earn a CP certificate if requirements are completed. Specific requirements for the CP will be covered later in the presentation. The DP, or Diploma Program, is offered in many school divisions in Virginia, as you can see on the slide. The number at the top represents students that are working toward the IB diploma and students that are opting to take one or more IB courses but may not wish to pursue the diploma. This number also includes CP candidates because, as Laura will explain later, CP candidates are required to take 2 diploma program courses. On slide 10, the graph shows the growth of diploma program and career program enrollment since 2018. Virginia students are highlighted on the light blue line as compared to United States students as a whole on the dark blue line. As you can see, the light blue line showcases steady growth in IB participation in Virginia. I want to highlight a few facts on the right side of this slide. There are private schools in Virginia that offer IB programs, but most IB programs in Virginia are public schools. In total, this includes over 40,000 students. In May 2025, about 1,500 students were projected to earn an IB diploma, and approximately 4,000 students were identified as diploma program course candidates, meaning those students took one or more IB courses through the school year. On slide 11, I would like to share a bit of performance data and additional information about IB teacher professional development in Virginia. During the last school year, over 15,000 IB exams in 45 different subjects were taken by public school students in Virginia, with the majority earning a score of 4 or better. At most Virginia universities, a score of 4 or higher is recognized for college credit per the SHEV policy. The department continues to work with SHEV to better standardize credit transfer policies across Virginia universities and community colleges. On the second bullet, you can see that IB students from the United States and other countries are actively applying to Virginia universities and out-of-state institutions as well. We are happy to report that 71% of Virginia IB students do remain in state. And finally, I want to highlight that professional development is an integral part of success in an IB school. Last year, many Virginia teachers attended an IB professional development workshop, and I have the exciting opportunity to sit beside IB teachers from Fairfax next week to attend a similar PD opportunity. It is also noteworthy that a little less than 200 Virginia teachers are members of the IBEN and are active examples of teacher leadership in the IB community. I want to transition a little bit and extend a warm Virginia welcome to Laura Lane. She is from the International Baccalaureate Organization and currently serves as the IB World School Senior Manager, supporting all public IB schools in Virginia, Delaware, DC, Mississippi, Maryland, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Tennessee. She previously worked in Falls Church City as an IB coordinator and brings her expertise to the board today to discuss MYP requirements, interdisciplinary frameworks, and DP and CP requirements, and we will both be happy to take questions after the conclusion of the presentation.
Good morning, everyone. We'll start on the next slide. The MYP offers a framework of teaching and learning and assessment designed for students aged 11 to 16. In Virginia, the MYP is most typically offered in grades 6 through 10, while there are a few schools or divisions that offer the MYP exclusively in grades 6 through 8. The framework requires students to take courses in 8 different subject groups: a language acquisition course, such as Spanish or Mandarin, a language and literature course, which is English in Virginia, an individuals and societies or history course, a science course, a mathematics course, an arts course, a physical and health education course, and a design course, which teaches students the design cycle for innovation and problem solving. These 8 courses are taken each year by MYP grade 6 through 8 students, and MYP grade 9 and 10 students have some flexibility to take just 6 of the 8 required subjects due to the nature of high school scheduling. In each year of the MYP, teachers are asked to design at least one interdisciplinary learning experience for students. Students are also expected to engage with their community through service, guest speakers, or field trips to enhance their learning experiences and connect learning to their community. Through community engagement, students and teachers have agency to determine what is important within their local context. Finally, the MYP Community Project in grade 8 and the MYP Personal Project in grade 10 promote academic rigor and engagement in learning. Both projects are aligned with rigorous learning objectives. The MYP Personal Project is internally assessed by the school staff, and then a sample of student work is provided by the school to be externally moderated by IB-trained examiners. This helps to ensure the school's learning is aligned with the IB's rigorous international standards. In the MYP, teachers plan and students engage in at least one interdisciplinary learning experience each year. Interdisciplinary teaching and learning integrates subject-specific knowledge with a synthesis of understanding across the subjects. It connects disciplines to develop new understandings and address real-world issues or create new products that would have been unlikely through a single approach. An interdisciplinary unit of instruction assesses students' abilities to evaluate, synthesize their knowledge, and reflect on their understanding. An example of an interdisciplinary unit taught in Henrico School Division synthesized knowledge from physical and health education and science. In this grade 6 unit, students explored the intersection of science and technology by participating in fitness stations modeled after NFL training. They collected and analyzed data to make informed decisions about drafting players and optimizing nutrition for peak performance. Then they created presentations to demonstrate their understanding of how scientific innovations can enhance athletic performance and influence decision-making in sports. Another example comes from the 7th grade class at Thomas Jefferson Middle School in Arlington. The students, through their science and civics classes, completed an Earth Day interdisciplinary unit. The goal was for students to learn how citizens can influence environmental policy. Students learned content and concepts in their respective courses and then synthesized their learning through poster presentations and a town hall meeting with Congressman Don Beyer, where they were able to ask their questions about environmental challenges. On the next slide, we will learn about the DP. The MYP offers an opportunity for transition to the DP. Students have choice within the diploma program to participate in the full program or participate in DP courses of interest to them. The DP is offered over a required 2-year period in grades 11 and 12 in Virginia schools. During those years, schools have the option to offer any number of the over 50 DP courses available to students. You may view the full list of courses at the link available on the slide. There are 6 overarching subject groups, and students must take at least 1 course in each subject group, with the exception of arts, which may be replaced by taking 2 courses in another subject group. For example, in the Individuals and Society subject group, commonly known as history, students could take History of the Americas, Psychology, or Economics, to name a few of the options. The arts subject group is also a flexible area for schools and students. For example, if a school has a strong science program, students might opt to take 2 science courses, like physics and biology, instead of taking 1 science course and 1 art course. Building on the MYP, schools can offer interdisciplinary courses in the DP, such as Environmental Systems and Societies, which effectively combines science and individuals and societies concepts, or Literature and Performance, which combines literature and the arts. The DP requires 3 core projects of full diploma candidates. The first is a course scheduled during grades 11 and 12 called Theory of Knowledge. During this course, students reflect on the nature, scope, and limitations of knowledge and on the process of knowing. The course is designed to encourage students to reflect on the central question, how do we know? And explore multiple plausible answers to the questions. There are 2 assessment tasks in this course, an exhibition project and an essay, giving students the opportunity to demonstrate their learning in different ways. Building on the MYP community engagement component, DP students participate in creativity, activity, and service, fondly known as CAS, where they engage with their community in a variety of ways and reflect on their experiences. This component supports the holistic nature of learning in the high school setting and often connects a student's extracurricular choices to their learning experiences through reflection. The final DP Core project is the extended essay, an academically rigorous, independent research paper presented as a formal piece of academic writing. Students have agency to select from the list of available DP subjects to connect their research question to, and they are supported by a supervisor at their school who offers guidance and encouragement through the research and writing process. In 2013, the Center for Advanced Study of Teaching and Learning in Higher Education conducted a study exploring the benefits of the extended essay for university students at the University of Virginia. The researchers concluded the students who undertook an extended essay in high school felt more prepared than others to conduct research in college. Some examples of extended essay research questions from Washington Liberty High School in Arlington include, to what extent did the COVID-19 pandemic impact the restaurant industry in the Washington metropolitan area? This was an economics paper. How did the application of trigonometric principles help Copernicus come to the conclusion of a heliocentric model? This was a math paper. To what extent can a machine learning model be optimized to improve stock price prediction performance? This was a computer science paper. How does respect or lack thereof within teacher-student relationships affect student learning and growth? This was a social and cultural anthropology paper. To what extent do the formal qualities and values of ancient Greek and Roman architectural design influence Lorenzo Bernini's sculptures and architectural structures? This was a visual arts paper. Moving on to the career-related program, this is another option that students in Virginia have in grades 11 and 12. And this is a pathway that allows students to demonstrate learning that goes beyond just academics. Similar to the DP, students in the CP take courses over 2 years. They are required to take a minimum of 2 DP courses from any of the 6 DP subject groups as listed on the DP slide, and they take a personal and professional skills course where they explore the content, context, concepts, and skills ingrained in their chosen career-related study or career and technical education pathway. The CTE is offered by the school or division and must have an element of external examination. Like the DP, CP students also have 3 core projects. CP students complete a language and cultural studies project that allows them to inquire into and reflect upon personal, linguistic, and cultural repertoires through journaling. Community engagement activities support students learning from, in, and with their community. Through the reflection and journaling process, students respond to relevant opportunities or challenges in their lives. Finally, students complete a reflective project designed to support inquiry between their career aspirations and ethical situations. The reflective project requires students to write a holistic reflection essay of approximately 1,000 words and present their project to expand oral communication skills. Thank you so much for your time today, and I believe we are open for questions.
Are there any questions here on this presentation? I have some. Dr. Northern? Okay. So my first question is, well, it's kind of a series of questions related to the same thing. How are we, or how are schools that are IB schools, are they participating in the actual IB review? So are they authorized by the International Baccalaureate program? Do they all have and continue to be reviewed for ongoing standards alignment? I'm interested there. And how broad is that? I know you've given us some examples here of some interdisciplinary projects and units that have been undertaken at particular schools, but having a child that just finished middle school in an IB program, it was uber holistic. And so just ensuring that with the outcomes that you're talking about, or the statistics about how successful students say that they feel coming out of IB programs, just making sure that those programs are taking a holistic approach and not a one-off. I know that kids can choose whether they want to take an IB level course or not in some instances. Are we encouraging in Virginia that more IB program holistic approach, or sure, if you want to take honors or IB, you could take that course in honors or IB? Do you follow what I'm asking? Okay. I don't know who wants to answer that.
Well, I think Laura can probably speak a little bit more to the IB evaluation process and the candidacy process, I think specifically. I feel like IB has only been, recently represented at the department within the past year. So I think we have some work to do there. But really have been reaching out to connect with different IB coordinators and talk about best practices in the IB community, to talk about that holistic approach. But I'll let Laura speak to exactly what the evaluation and candidacy process looks like.
Like Amanda mentioned, we have been building our support for school division leadership over the last year. I would say we started with momentum about 2 years ago, and last year we really got some momentum with the connection with Amanda. So that is really exciting for us. The candidacy process starts when a school signifies to us that they're interested in becoming an IB school. They will go through a period of time. It can last anywhere from a year to 3 or 4 years, depending upon the school's readiness to move forward with their verification visit. Once they're authorized, we come back and we evaluate the school every 5 years. They do have myself as well as other staff members at the IB as a continual point of contact, so we are able to support them, answering questions. We provide guidance. We meet with principals. We meet with IB coordinators at schools. And we help guide them. We help onboard new IB coordinators and new principals when they come on board. I think the other layer here, there's an interim layer, is the very strong network of IB schools in the state of Virginia. All of the schools in Virginia belong to the Mid-Atlantic Association of IB World Schools, which is a local nonprofit that includes DC and Maryland schools as well, and allows coordinators and principals to come together quarterly throughout the school year to network with each other. And so they have that informal peer-to-peer support in addition to the support from the IB and coming back to ensure every 5 years that the school is still meeting our minimum expectations, and we provide them with suggestions for further development at their school of their program.
So speaking of that, those suggestions for further development, how's that continuously monitored for compliance?
It's a great question. So we try not to refer to it as compliance, because right. So we give schools agency because we know that research says that if schools own their goals, that they are going to more likely to achieve their goals. So we have a process called program development planning, and that is something that I engage with the school leadership on a continuous basis. It has been It was introduced in 2020, September of 2020, which was not a super great time for schools to take on a new process because of the COVID pandemic, but we have been slowly building momentum since then, and I think that schools really own it. We monitor that process every year at the 5-year evaluation formally, but informally we have formative check-ins annually with schools, just seeing how are you doing, what supports can we provide, and if they determine that they need to shift their priority to a new goal, they have a new curriculum standards, or they have a new principal with new ideas, then we fully support that and we help them draft a new plan to move forward.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Dr. Northern?
So I am a big fan of the IB program. It is just nationally considered just a shining star in terms of the program that it provides to kids. I'm super excited that you're getting some traction in Virginia. I see this as one way in which we can continue to widen the pipeline of our, high achieving kids and our kids who are in advanced coursework that we want to, obviously we're trying to incentivize that in middle school. I'm looking at the numbers. I don't know if there's any way that we can incentivize schools to participate and help support them to do what they need to do to be an IB school. It looks like we've got 11 primary schools in the primary program, which is barely 1% of our elementary schools in the state. So that's a really low number. So I'd love to see us be able to get that number up, because again, we know that we need to intervene early for kids to be able to have these more advanced opportunities, and I see this as one way that we can begin to broaden that pipeline. I'm noticing too that we have 27,000 middle school kids participating, but that goes way down, right? Then we lose them like immediately. Then that 27,000 kids in middle school turns into 4,000, I think, in the diploma program. So we have a massive drop off, right? So we want to continue to make sure that these numbers bolster year after year and at these different stages. And then it looks like we've got barely 10% of our middle schools participating. So these are really low numbers, I guess, and I get that you guys are just starting. But whatever we can do to, incentivize these schools to participating, I think is great, because it goes along with our larger plan in terms of our VACAL group and what we're trying to do in Virginia. And I didn't even realize IB started in primary school. So the fact that you guys have such a program is huge. So that was a long way of saying that I love that you're here. I love that we're trying to bolster our numbers, and I see this as perfectly fitting into a larger vision that we have in the state. So thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you. We're also excited about continued growth in the future.
Other questions or comments? Superintendent Gullickson.
Thank you. Laura, this question's for you. From the other states that IB has partnered with, just as a preview for Amanda and I, sort of what's the percentage of schools that maintain their IB program year after year versus maintain it for a few years and drop off? Like, are there high consistency rates?
I will have to get back to you on a state level data. I don't know that off the top of head. I do know that my department, we are very proud that we have about a 98.2% retention rate year over year globally, but that includes all of the IB schools around the world. So I can certainly look that up and pass it to you through Amanda.
All right. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it. So we will go on to item C, Ms. Berta.
Good morning, President Creasy, members of the board. It is my honor to be with you today to share an update from the department on Virginia education funding. Today, I will be reviewing the investments that have been made specifically for education from fiscal year 2023 to fiscal year 2026, federal flexibilities that are available through the U.S. Department of Education for our federal funding, and upcoming in support and training for our local school divisions. As we start to go through the slides, over the next few slides, I will highlight the investments that have been made specifically to public ed since Governor Youngkin took office in fiscal year 2023 through today. Looking at slide 4, there have been targeted investments specifically for school construction in the amount of $1.8 billion since fiscal year 2023. These investments have been made through the School Construction Assistance Program, often referred to as SCAP, the Literary Fund Loans, and School Construction Grant Programs. The School Construction Assistance Program provides funding to school divisions and does not require repayment by school divisions to the state. Last year, the Board of Education updated their guidelines for this program to include regional CTE centers as a potential recipient of the funding. We are currently in the process of drafting further revisions to allow flexibility for school divisions to access funds and utilize these funds specifically for innovative construction projects in schools. Literary fund loans allow school divisions to leverage the state's AAA bond rating when it provides access to funding for school divisions that may not have the same bond rating in their local communities. These funds must be repaid back to the state, to the literary fund. Looking at slide 5, this is a super exciting slide to show the substantial targeted investments that have been made to public education and direct aid since fiscal year 2023, with $10.2 billion being invested for students. Significant investments have been made specifically for at-risk, including prevention, intervention, and remediation funding, often referred to as PIR, in prior budgets, which was absorbed into at-risk funding to provide maximum flexibility. English language learners, this is one to watch because this is an important lesson of why it's important to have data to make decisions to support changes in the funding model. The funding formula was modified to include a pupil-teacher ratio by proficiency level, which was data that was not collected by the department at the time of the decision. When the data was actually collected, the fiscal impact was recalculated and there was a need to add more funding in fiscal year 26 to support the funding model change. Special education programs have included special education add-on to provide funding to support special education students based on their disability levels in fiscal year 26. Lastly, compensation supplements have been provided to provide funding to support salary increases for SOQ funded positions in each fiscal year. Looking at slide 6, local school divisions have access to Title I, II, III, IV, V funds, Career and Technology Perkins funds, Special Education IDEA funds, Title I 1003A funds to provide support for school improvement, and comprehensive literacy grants, for example. To support divisions, we have been evaluating and providing training on the ways that school divisions can blend and braid these federal sources, along with their state and local funds, to maximize the positive impact for students. We are thinking bigger and bolder, with thought processes in operations and construction funding, transportation flexibilities, which will be shared with you in an agenda item tomorrow, and to maximize the use of funds to support students. Looking at slide 7, we have been working with school divisions to discuss and share how to pull reports from our grant management system, Omega, to see real-time reimbursement data and determine the progress of their burn rates to ensure that they are stretching funding across the federal grant cycle of 27 months. We are also helping school divisions consider priorities and determining if there are advantages of them blending and braiding funds, and ensuring that school divisions keep in mind the requirement of federal funds to supplement versus supplant in their resources. Looking at slide 8, VDOE is also exploring possible flexibilities for nimbleness to aim at maximization of dollars to support student need. Some school divisions currently use the transferability option to move carryover funds between their Title II Part A or Title IV Part A into eligible programs to better align the funds with student needs. We are also in the process of evaluating the ability to leverage maximization of the direct student services support through Title I-A funding to maximize the impact for intensive support schools, needs-intensive support schools. Additionally, there is an opportunity for us as a state agency to apply for what is called EdFlex through USED. This flexibility provides VDOE with the opportunity to waive select requirements of the federal statute or regulation that apply to school divisions or schools without having to first submit those to you at the U.S. Department of Ed for review and approval before we do so as it relates to title grant funds. In the past, the EdFlex waiver, as we have evaluated how it is commonly used across other states, they have most utilized the carryover authority waiver, which allows school divisions to carry over more than the 15% federal funds across fiscal years. We are also excited to partner with the newly established Office of Excellence and Best Practice to support all VDOE offices beyond the instructional team. Moving to slide 9. We are in the process of centralizing grant operations in the Virginia Department of Education. There will be more to come on this topic next month. We are working to ensure that we are aligning all competitive grants to board priorities with federal and state grant sources in an effort to maximize every dollar for students, offering opportunities for all divisions to apply for funding in a fair and competitive way. As we move to the next slide, I'm going to exercise a point of personal privilege. And this is a humble moment for me to share because my career has come full circle. So as a practitioner for almost 24 years, 20 years being in a school division, as a honored 2-time international award winner, Eagle and Pinnacle Award winner through the Association of School Business Officials, I have made it my mission to come back to this role at the Virginia Department of Ed to make an impact. And so the next few slides, it's hard for me to believe that I've been here for almost a year back in this role. I visioned this in 2006 that this would be my function, and here I am, so super excited. So it is hard to believe that I've been here almost a year, but I'm happy to also share with you that Deputy Superintendent of Budget and Finance, Stacy Longus, is my partner in crime in this work. We are doing some amazing things and making things come to life that I always wanted as a practitioner for the last 20 years. So one of the items that I made a mission as I came back to this role was the dire need for support from the Virginia Department of Education to the field. And so this is a very proud moment as I go into the next few slides to tell you about the upcoming training and support opportunities that we are providing. It is our goal to make sure that we provide support to the field. And to meet this goal, we have a series of training that we have scheduled and actually began yesterday, and some opportunities that are on the horizon. So as you look at slide 10, VDOE hosted their first Lunch and Learn series training for division superintendents and school business officials yesterday. There were 154 attendees. During this training, we reviewed with them federal funding opportunities to maximize the use of funds and evaluate burn rates to extend across the entire grant performance period. We also, next week, will be hosting the second of our Coordinators Academy, August 4th and 5th in Norfolk. This is specific for federal grant training. We will have 2 additional Lunch and Learn series, August 21st to talk about U.S. grant flexibilities, transferability, and supplement versus supplanting, And then on September 11th, we will highlight the U.S. Ed flexibility and benefits and have a conclusion where we wrap up all the FAQs that may arise during our training session. Additionally, we are hosting office hours with our Title 1, 2, 3, and 4 teams, August 11th and the 13th. And we are offering on September 10th Omega support training for our field. I'm excited about this work and the support that we have and will continue to provide for school divisions. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today and to share the great work that is occurring in budget, finance, and operations, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Are there questions for Ms. Berta? No? No questions.
Just a comment, if that's okay.
Please.
It's just neat to see the investments being made into the school systems, particularly given the changes in some of the standards that are being brought up. So it's neat to see the numbers, so appreciated the presentation.
Mr. Hanson?
Yeah, I'd just like to echo that and just thank you for your leadership and I do think these are historic spending levels that have taken place over the last 3.5 years, and I think it is also not by itself, and I think you referenced it too, just with the implementation of our standards, our accountability system, and really focusing on those things that matter most to really helping us dig out of the hole of our learning loss from the COVID years. And I frankly think, and I'd still, maybe in your spare time, would love to maybe do a little bit of a historical look at, during those years we had historical spending with our ESSER and COVID funds like we've never seen before, with the $200 billion coming from the federal government, and then we had our historic learning loss coincide with that. And even within the Commonwealth, we had the biggest drop in the country. And so I just think, in looking at really where we were and where we've come with these historic increases. And just one last note, and I love this last slide too of your targeted work at the local level. And even with some of the national focus on putting work back at the states, that's important, but it's even more important for the states to put it back at the local level, and even more so back at the parent and teacher level. And so I just really want to commend you for what you've been about this last year to really help especially drive the financial picture in such a great way, not just for the Commonwealth, but really, again, where it matters most, and that's at the local level. So thank you.
Thank you.
Well, since I'll wrap this one up for us, Ms. Berta, I know how valuable it is as a professional and personally to have those full circle moments, and I would be remiss if I didn't say that I'm so thankful, not just for your professionalism and your commitment to this department and to the Commonwealth and to school divisions, but also to Superintendent Gullickson for elevating you and empowering you to do the things that you know the field is deeply needing. And so I think that it only serves us as the board and the department to do what the field is asking us to do, to be responsive, and to be more than anything supportive of their needs that are more often outside of just handing money to them. To really showing them that we hear them, we know what they're living through every day, and that this department is here to support them in whatever capacity we can do. So I really, truly thank you for your diving in over this last year and really taken your department into new places. So thank you.
Thank you, and I would be remiss if I didn't thank Superintendent Gullickson. It has been refreshing to have support to be able to do what I know needs to happen in the field, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will, I guess, see you tomorrow.
Yep.
And so we are at a spot where, is Amanda still here? let's go ahead and go to item E. Our item D is actually not going to be prepared for us to engage via Zoom or Teams or whatever it is virtually until sometime between 12 and 12:30. And so we're going to try to move up that last presentation on the E presentation before, I guess maybe I'll see where we are with lunch, and then we can kind of progress through our timetable here however we need to. If we could just take a break really quickly, please, while we get those others set. Thank you. We will bring this meeting back to order, and I would like to invite Amanda back up for item E, presentation on the New River Valley Governor's School proposal, please.
Good morning. I have good afternoon in my notes, but it's still morning, I think. Good morning, President Creasy, Superintendent Gullickson, and members of the board. At the June meeting, the board voted to update the procedures for initiating an academic year governor's school, a crucial step in expanding opportunities for advanced learners. Today, I am pleased to introduce the planning committee for the proposed New River Valley Governor's School for the Arts and Humanities. I have been working with members of this team for the past 2 years and am excited for them to share their proposal with you and answer any questions. And I am pleased to present this proposal for first review during the business meeting tomorrow. Thank you. And the president of Radford is going to kick us off.
Thank you, Amanda, and good morning to Superintendent Gullickson and board members. We are so excited to be presenting this to you today. This has been a project that we've been working on for about 2.5 years to bring forward to you today. And we appreciate your willingness to review this proposal. And also, we've got a great delegation together from the Southwest Virginia area. And we are just going to briefly introduce each person, just in case questions come up and they answer them, that you know who you're speaking with. And Rob, and I'm Brett Danilovich, by the way. I should have introduced myself. So. All right, and we are going to have kind of a 3-part presentation, and we're going to keep this not too long, because I know you've got a very full schedule today. I'm going to start out with giving kind of a high-level overview of what's happening in the school. Superintendent Graham will then move into benefits for the school system, and from that perspective, and finally Roxanne will walk you through a parent's perspective about what this means to her children and children in the area. So in starting with about Radford University and its ability to host a governor's school. So there are 7 summer governor schools in the Commonwealth. Radford University is the host for 3 of those. We host the Governor's School for the Arts, the Art Governor's School for the Humanities. You're probably sensing a theme there. And we also host the Governor's School for Medical and Health Sciences up on our Roanoke campus. So while we don't currently host a academic year governor's school, the New River Community College does. They are a close partner. We have been developing this proposal in concert with them, and we're taking advantage of their knowledge and logistics for what works for the same counties that we will be working with for the arts and humanities. So we do have the knowledge in our area of how this works. And in my background, I was at Florida Atlantic University for 4 years, where they've got a fairly novel, they call it a laboratory school here. Translating that to Commonwealth talk, that is a governor's school. And that's a highly successful program, nationally ranked school, public school, that allows opportunities for students to directly participate in classes with university students. And that is built on this. I saw that experience, and we are adapting that for our area of the state. So as you're aware, most governor schools are taught through a mechanism by which the courses are taught to other students in the governor's school. And this is a little different. The financial model is largely based on students, when they're taking university level courses, they are occupying open seats in university courses. So the courses would be taught already, but students are being added to it. Now, that's a very high-level overview. It's a little more complex than that, but it makes this a fairly financially viable mechanism or way of teaching to implement. And You may wonder, and others may wonder, about high school students taking classes with college students directly. Florida Atlantic University, my 4 years and all the years prior, they never had any negative outcomes between university students and high school students. It was a non-issue, but part of that is how you prepare the faculty. Our faculty will be prepared to work with their minors in the classes. We're going to have both educators overseeing the school and resources available for students, and coaching them also what the appropriate behavior is for our school. And please note, for their sophomore year, when they first start at Radford University, the students will be in a beautiful business building, but they'll be in classrooms there. When they're outside of class, they will be receiving tutoring there. It allows them to transition to what it feels like to be at a university, to get the commuting in place, to get the knowledge of their classmates in place, their supervisors, so they don't have to worry about those details when they start university level class learning. Okay, so it's a really helpful process that they're isolated that sophomore year. I will say self-contained at some level, right? Then they start mixing into different buildings on campus their junior and senior years, and they're well ready for that experience. I believe what's really important for this is that students are going to take a track of interest to them in the arts or humanities, and their courses will be in the arts or the humanities. So this is not where the students are taking a smorgasbord of classes, some outside their area of interest. When they opt in for this program, and this is a discussion with their parents, when they opt in, if they're interested in the arts and they take a track in the arts, they get courses at the university level in the arts. That is different than if you provide other courses that they have to take that they're not interested in. We want these students to be successful. If they're interested in the arts, the likelihood of them being successful in university level classes is very high. Then they have the confidence that they are ready for university level learning. Okay? It reinforces that they're able to do this type of work, and because we're partnering with businesses throughout the area, you've got a listing of some in the proposal. There's a lot more interest than that. The goal is to take whatever field they're interested in and show how it leads to a career. Yes, we want to map that to the Southwest region, but obviously that is mappable to anywhere. So for students, the proposal would have them receive up to 30 credit hours by the time they graduate from high school, which in general would reduce or place them as a sophomore in the university. Because of the way accreditation works, credits are transferable among institutions. We've partnered with NRCC. These credits would be transferable for an associate's degree. For most institutions, they would all be transferable, but of course, every university has its own rules. They would certainly be transferable to Radford University, okay? And the last item that I want to say for this is that as we put this together, we've been working on this for 2.5 years. Our campus, the communities around us are excited for this opportunity to provide parents and students the opportunity to select something that may be a best fit to excite their students, still getting them a high school degree, but really pressing them and challenging them in other ways. So that is my overview, and I'd like to pass on to Superintendent Rob Graham.
I'd just like to say, too, it's very rare that you have the opportunity to work with a university president like President Brett, and the New River Valley appreciates the school divisions there, appreciate everything that you bring to us and the support that the entire team and Radford University provides to all of our schools. It's very meaningful and beneficial for us. Good morning, members of the board and Superintendent Gullickson. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today about a transformational vision, one that would significantly enrich the educational landscape of Southwest Virginia. I come to you not only as a superintendent, but as a voice for thousands of students across the New River Valley who deserve the same access to advanced arts and humanities programming as their peers in more metropolitan regions. Today, I am here to advocate for the creation of the New River Valley Governor's School for the Arts and Humanities, located on the campus of Radford University. The New River Valley is home to a vibrant network of school districts: Pulaski, Montgomery, Radford City, Floyd, Giles, and beyond. Our students are talented, they are curious, and they are passionate. But what they often lack is access to advanced arts, instruction, interdisciplinary humanities programs, and pre-professional experiences that can set them apart in college applications and future careers. A governor's school, especially one situated at a strong liberal arts university like Radford, would give our students a chance to grow in a rigorous college-level environment. Currently, many of those students must travel hours or relocate for similar opportunities, or worse, they simply go without. Your approval of this initiative would allow them the opportunity for school choice and access, which our students need and deserve. While we deeply value STEM education, we must also recognize the transformative power of the arts and humanities in shaping our critical thinkers, empathetic leaders, and cultural literate citizens. In a time of AI, automation, and global uncertainty, creative students and human understanding are more important than ever. The school would focus on visual arts, music, theater, dance, creative writing, literature, philosophy, history, interdisciplinary projects, blending arts, ethics, and civic responsibilities. That's a lot for our students. It would offer our students pathways into college programs like arts administration, law education, public policy, and of course, the arts themselves. The value here isn't just career readiness, it's human readiness. Radford University is uniquely positioned to host this school with its strong college visual arts, performing arts department, and its commitment to regional engagement. Radford brings the following: certainly a world-class faculty to serve as mentors and adjunct instructors, facilities like state-of-the-art performance halls, galleries, and studios. I don't know if you all have been to Radford University, but we've had a lot of construction there lately, and it is absolutely gorgeous. And for Pulaski at least, I don't know about, I'm sure Radford, I was in Radford too. We have students who don't even get to those campuses, so this would give them the opportunity to be there too. Additionally, the university's central location within the NRV makes it accessible for students across multiple counties and with regional transportation logistics. The Governor's School just isn't an academic opportunity, it's a regional advancement strategy. Southwest Virginia has long been underrepresented in the state's advanced educational initiatives. Establishing the schools sends a clear message that artistic and intellectual excellence is not limited by geography or zip codes. And there's another benefit: talent retention. When we show our most promising students that their gifts are recognized and nurtured here, we increase the chances they will stay, contribute, and lead here in our communities, our local economies, our civic institutions. We're already in conversations with local school divisions, art organizations, and Radford University to lay the groundwork for shared support, cost efficiency, and this would be a half-day model, very similar to the other school divisions, other governor schools, allowing students to remain enrolled in their home schools while receiving specialized instruction at Radford University. We envision cross-district transportation solutions, dual enrollment credit opportunities, grant-seeking partnerships for scholarships, and programming. We are not asking for a blank check. We are asking for collaborative investment, one that multiplies in value through student achievement, regional pride, and cultural enrichment. We do have, Dr. Joyce is here as the superintendent in Radford City. We have complete support from Giles County, Floyd County, and Montgomery County too. So all of us are deeply motivated to make this happen for our students. In closing, I ask you to imagine the ripple effects of a school like this. The Mary Ingalls Wilder story highlighted by a Radford High School student at a Glencoe Museum Festival. A high school artist from Pulaski County High School publishing her first children's book. A young violinist from Blacksburg High School performing on a university stage. And a theater student from Floyd County High School discovering his voice and his purpose. This school can be a home for them, a launch pad and a beacon. I urge you to support the creation of the New River Valley Governor's School for the Arts and Humanities. not just for what it will offer students, but for what it will inspire in communities across our region. Thank you for your time, your leadership, and your belief in the potential of every child in Virginia. We certainly appreciate that. At this time, I have the honor to introduce Dr. Roxanne Suma, who is a parent, but she's also a coordinator of special education in Pulaski County School System too, so we're very lucky to have her as well. Thank you all for your time.
Good morning, members of the board and Superintendent Gullickson. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of this proposed governor's school. As a parent, I see how this program can elevate the experience for students passionate about the arts and humanities while also honoring core values for families, parent choice. It offers a meaningful option for students whose strengths may not align with STEM-focused paths. For students gifted in the arts and humanities, opportunities to grow their passions can be limited, not by lack of effort, but by the natural constraints of geography and available resources. Our local schools work hard to support all students, but specialized university-level experiences in the arts and humanities simply go beyond what most can provide. This would be the first governor's school in our region focused on the arts and humanities, filling a gap that has existed for too long. That's why I'm urging you to approve the New River Valley Governor's School for the Arts and Humanities. This governor's school would be a game changer for families in the New River Valley. It offers students up to 30 college credits, a full year of university-level education at no cost to parents. That means a tuition-free head start on both college and future careers. And as a parent, I welcome that opportunity. I believe that when programs are thoughtfully designed and well supported, our teenagers can rise to the challenge of college-level learning. They are capable, and in a safe, nurturing environment, as will be offered on RU's campus, they will thrive. But it's more than academics. This school provides real-world, hands-on experiences through partnerships with theaters, museums, and civic organizations. Our children wouldn't just study history, they'd work alongside historians. They wouldn't just dream of performing, they'd be mentored by professional artists. That kind of engagement doesn't just prepare them for college, it prepares them for life. This school also offers balanced opportunities in gifted education, something I've experienced firsthand as a parent of two very different learners. You see, I have two children. My son is passionate about science. He builds robots, codes programs, and dreams of becoming an engineer. For him, there's already a clear path, the Southwest Virginia Governor's School, which focuses on math and science. But my daughter's different. She loves painting and drawing. She's passionate about dance, and music theater lights her up. For too long, accelerated learning has centered almost entirely on STEM. Students like my daughter haven't had the chance to grow and shine in their areas of strength. With the creation of the New River Valley Governor's School for Arts and Humanities, she would finally have access to the same level of advancement and enrichment that her brother can already pursue. I ask you for approval to make this vision a reality, not just for my child, but for countless students across Southwest Virginia who are eager for the opportunity to develop and share their unique gifts. Thank you for your consideration.
We're open for questions.
Okay. You all are welcome to, those of you who presented, to come back up to the podium so that we can direct questions to you, so that for the public's benefit, they can hear the answer through the microphone, which I don't have on. Great. Are there any questions from board members?
Not so much a question, but more so a comment. So I do want to say kudos. Thank you guys for your patience. I think I heard it's been 2.5 years since you guys been working really hard and very diligently on this effort. I love innovation. I love new things. I think what you guys are doing is certainly definitely exceptional. I like what I heard earlier in terms of this transformational vision for New River Valley as you guys seek to create the best fit for your students in the region. I think that's so beautiful, so awesome. And quite frankly, I think there should be more of this. And so I was very encouraged by your presentation. I just wanted to say to all of you, keep up the great work. And hopefully sooner rather than later, this will become a reality for you all.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Mr. Monk?
Thank you. I'll echo those comments. And I saw your 4-year forecast. Looks wonderful, 110 students. And you talked about kind of capacity of classes. Is there a cap that you're envisioning aspirationally?
So I will say that the cap is a delicate dance, okay, between two things. One is because schools, just like all the other governor schools, when the divisions send their students to participate, they do underwrite some support for those students to participate. So that will naturally cause a capped capacity for the program. Now, that said, the dance comes in the longer term for this. Let's just say that there's a whole lot of interest in that. We will have to supply some courses like English at cost because the number of students coming in, we will have to provide that. But there can be efficiencies with scale when if it grows beyond a certain size, we don't actually have to charge the school systems as much. That's the dream, where we get to a point where it's getting more affordable for the school divisions, and therefore it feeds growth. What that looks like in the end, dream with me, okay? This could support hundreds of students, and I believe it can get there, but it will take time, like all things.
Other questions or comments here? Dr. Northern?
So I am a Radford alum.
Oh, yay.
And I taught in Pulaski County High School. So I'm over here just like jumping for joy. Love that we have this new artist center and that you guys are thinking about how you can utilize that center. So obviously I am all in on this because it's just an amazing opportunity for that region of the Commonwealth. And also so proud of everything that you've done, Brett, at the university and stemming our enrollment loss, bolstering all that. I mean, there's just it's such a just special place, that part of the Commonwealth. And my heart is at Radford for so many reasons. That said, 2 quick questions. Can you explain in a little more detail the funding, the financial model? And I'm also wondering how we're making sure these high school teachers know how to teach these higher level courses, because I do know that they're, I was trying to see if it was faculty, teacher, like how the instructional, what that looked like. So the financial model and the instructional model. Great.
I can handle the financial.
I can do the instructional.
Do you want to start with that?
Both of us can handle the instructional.
Why don't you start with that?
Okay. That was a really good question. And we feel very blessed in the New River Valley to have teachers that really know how to differentiate. So we feel like that sophomore year is going to be more of an orientation learning period for them to be on campus and learning in that way. And then once they feel comfortable and then move into the higher level classes with the Radford University professors, they will be ready to excel on that too. Dr. Suma has been one who has really kind of written the curriculum for that sophomore year and worked with the deans here to decide really what the semesters are going to look like. So I'll pass it on to you.
I think you did a great job, Rob. But the sophomore year is really sort of a high school acceleration, almost similar to what you would find in advanced placement. So it's exposure to advanced learning, but not throwing them into the deep end to go ahead and get those college credits. Now, once they hit junior and senior year, there would be professional learning opportunities for the professors of the college courses to learn best teaching practices for high school students. So there would be some type of support in that level to help.
But the courses are taught by the high school teachers, right?
The sophomore year.
Oh, the sophomore year.
And then junior and senior year, they're taught by
senior
the
level
college
faculty.
professors. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay, that's the key point that I missed. Okay.
And one thing that we forgot to neglect to tell you too is it's very cross-curricular as well. Radford University is known for a lot of good things, but they grow teachers. I mean, it is a teaching school, and we suck those teachers up as superintendents, we really do. But the opportunity to have some of those pre-teachers to go to work with our students in this situation and observe them and get really on on-time practice with them is just a benefit that we kind of found as we were going through the proposal. So we feel like that would be a wonderful thing for Radford University students too. And then it would also enhance our students in getting to know those folks, those students on campus too.
And as my colleagues identified, I mean, that really sets the school apart in that these are not courses, university courses taught by high school teachers. They are taught by university faculty. It's the real deal, okay? It is the actual course. So the experience is an immersion university courses. It's exactly what it feels like. So therefore, they know they can succeed when they go to university because they've already had the faculty in the classes. So the financial model, there's a lot of pieces to this, so I'm going to give you an overview, and Dr. Northern, you can ask as many follow-ups as you'd like, okay? So on the start of this, like all governor schools, right now what we have noted in is the charge for most of the governor schools for a student to participate is $3,850 back to the division, okay? So that's what we have noted on a per-student basis. Long-term growth, again, maybe we can bring that down, but that is the current model. There's also the Department of Education, I believe, has some kind of underwriting from the state to support on a per-student basis what that is. Now, that is not the same at all governor schools. Okay, it's a little bit different. So we've gotten an estimate on what that amount would be. So I think we've got that penciled in as $2,900 per student. Okay, that is the amount that is the inputs into the system. Okay, now the first year we are going to be all things to get them started are an investment. So as you'll see on the financial model, this shows a loss for the first 2 years. It's unavoidable, okay? We have to hire a director, we've got to hire a teacher, get them organized, get them set up, and there are no students at that time, right? So that's a cost. The first year, when there are 40 students in the sophomore year, again, we are paying full costs to have the model set up, including the busing, and the only income is based on those 40 students. Roughly speaking, when those students are juniors, and we're estimating about 75 students in the program, roughly it is cost neutral, okay? When you see the senior year with 110 students estimated to be in this, there's a line that is written down as overhead. You can think of that as the amount that is going back to the institution that is offsetting the costs for instruction. I believe the way that's documented there, it's just north of $200,000. Okay, 110 students taking all these courses, that's what's coming back to the institution. This is not intended as a money-making effort, okay? We want to make sure, though, that we're able to offset the costs coming in, because I do have a budget that prioritizes university-level learning, and I can't directly subvent a K-12 system. That said, we don't intend to make money. So just as we're able to grow and keep it cost neutral, that's where we hope to lower costs on a per student basis if we can keep the program growing. So that's how it works on balance. And again, there are no costs to students themselves or parents. Okay, all the supplies, the books would be covered by the institution.
Thank you, President Creasy. Well, first, thank you. This is so exciting. Amanda will keep me honest, but I think this is our first governor's school since 2009. Yeah. Okay, so huge deal that the board is taking this up, and I just love how much you've listened to parents and your community around where are gaps on innovative options that are student-centered and driven around what student need is. And so I love that focus and appreciate your thoughtfulness on the freshman and sophomore experience and then expanding that. I think that is such an exemplar model for others around the Commonwealth to learn from for that transition into being full-time higher ed students. Now, we work closely with Chev, and so we've been really thinking about how can we make it even easier for students and families on direct admission when we are championing merit opportunities and students are demonstrating college readiness. And so I'm curious how students that would participate in this governor's school, is there direct admission pathways that you all have decided on for Radford or other opportunities should that be of interest?
Are you able to speak to that, Bob?
Well, not that we have formalized to, it's something that we've discussed with the planning committee and something that we're very, very interested in. But we also need to continue to work with Amanda to make sure that when we do head it that way, that we're doing it the right way so that we don't have to go back and revamp it again.
Superintendent, I appreciate the question. One of the things is when we start this, we really want to start it in such a way that all students that participate are successful, right? Worst thing is a person has a bad experience when they start at the university, and that has a lot of feedback into their families and in their life, right? So we have direct access for Radford University now, right? If a student has a 3.3 grade point average, and I think they've passed college algebra 2, okay, they're in, right? They can join. The difference with this is it's probably aspirational to get there, because the concern is if a student has a grade point average or they've taken a class and they come in studying university level classes, even with a year preparation and starting that in your junior year, it does take a level of independence and drive to be successful. And so we'd have to sit as a group and figure out what that would look like, because I do love the suggestion in that every time we can remove a barrier for students, they're more likely to participate, right? And that's in almost every situation. So that would be great for us to get there, but defining what those conditions are, because it might be if you get an A in this course or in high school, you're ready, but it's just going to take a little bit of working with the data and experience to know where that end point is. But I think that is a wonderful aspiration to reach towards.
Mr. Hanson.
I just also want to thank you for the vision and the tenacity and bringing this forward. And I just really love everything about it, from the parental choice component, the opportunities for our students. And really, I think you mentioned a lot of it, even with the student pathways and only having to pay for 3 years of college and whatnot. I just actually had a question. It's probably more for the superintendent, just since none of us were on the board in 2009 when the last one was approved. Maybe just help us understand the cadence and the approval and review processes, both for the department and for the board. Or if there's somebody else that can help us with that.
Amanda.
So I was in my first year of teaching in 2009, but this is a multi-tiered process. So this proposal will go for first review tomorrow. It will go for final review in August, and then there is still the funding piece that will go before the General Assembly next session to secure that state share of funding that the President referenced earlier.
I have a technical question and then an aspirational one. Can we talk a little bit about from the school divisions that will be participating in this governor's school? What does time look like? Transportation time look like? Southwest Virginia is obviously very rural. My home county participates in a governor's school as well, and I think they are the furthest away from the governor's school. So, noting that this is a unique location also, so this is kind of a two-part question. It's the transportation question, but also the aspirational piece is, have you guys given any thought to how to expand and extend these opportunities? So for that travel time, are there, I've talked to college presidents around and they're like, yeah, I've got a couple of floors on a couple of different residence halls that I might be able to give up here or there, a residence hall here and there that can be shifted to something else. Have you guys talked about those opportunities, particularly for those students that may be traveling from the furthest away or maybe have those future aspirational discussions?
I'll start, and if you don't mind me cleaning up. So the reason why we have the 5 school divisions that we have is because the busing is all less than an hour. Okay, so I'm going to address the first part of your question. You may have noted in the public conversations that we also had a discussion with the superintendent down in Wytheville for the Wytheville division. And the difficulty is with 2 schools. The school in the north would be within an hour, and the school in the south of Wytheville would not. And we couldn't build something where the students had the experience we were trying to build and allowed them to continue the credits back at their institution to keep them in line when the busing was at over an hour. It just didn't work. So we had a productive conversation. So I'm going to say, as written, that is our definition. Now, the Governor's School for STEM that's hosted by New River Community College, just for example, they do have other counties that are participating, that are kind of beyond that region. Certainly from a standpoint of how others might participate, I think there may be opportunities where parents or non-busing systems provide that opportunity, but I'm going to say that's there's probably more discussion that's needed there, but although the New River Valley is magical, there's nothing that's specifically magical about our students compared to one further county. Okay, so if we can extend this opportunity, I think we'd be very much all into that. And I don't think we've talked about the type of like a residential school long term. Again, that's probably, as you said, aspirational, getting us out to that point, getting us set up, running well, proof and concept that it's adding value to those students, their families, their communities, and then how do we build on that? But I love the suggestion.
I do too, and I think with Southwest Virginia Governor's School, we have folks coming from all the way in Marion, and that's along, children getting up, students getting up at 5 a.m. because they know how important it is, and I think I see this, envision this with a very, very strong reputation for students that love the humanities, love the fine arts, and feel like that they would commute. New River is probably 10 to 15 minutes from Radford University, so it wouldn't add too much onto that. Now, as far as transportation for the New River Valley folks, and talked a little bit about this with our superintendents, and of course, we lost one in Giles who retired, and we're losing another one in Montgomery, unfortunately, who's moving back to New Jersey. But I feel confident that we can work together to really have a robust transportation system. We were thinking the other day, perhaps, Giles could come to New River, Pulaski could meet Giles at New River and get them all the way in. Floyd could come to maybe Auburn High School, meet Montgomery County at Auburn High School, and have them come all the way in, and that would cut down a lot on the cost of the transportation as well. So I think we could work out a system that would be very beneficial. Luckily, Radford City's right there, so you could have some students just walk right there, couldn't you?
Thank you. Superintendent Gullickson.
Well, you have the department's full backing on thinking about transportation modernization with Delegate Austin's new law in effect. Governor's schools were a named entity, and so transportation modernization and options is my favorite topic next to seat time flexibility, as the staff knows, and so I've already been pinging them. We will be following up with you should you get approved by the board.
Any other questions or comments here? Well, we certainly appreciate the travel to Richmond here to be with us today, and certainly appreciate the opportunity to move forward with this unique model. And with that, unless my AG council decides to tell me something different, tomorrow we have this on our agenda as first review, but it could be the will of the board, if I'm not mistaken, to take it up for first and final review. Thank you. So I'm just seeding that for our board members. So thank you all so much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate
Thank you for
it.
the opportunity.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay. Yes. If we could break for just a minute. We'd like to get a picture with all of you who came for this. Thank you. you, everyone, for giving us that moment to go and take a picture. We are going to now take a lunch break until 12:30. So, thank you. Dr. Rosa has led projects on state and school district finance policy, financial equity, pensions, compensation, higher education finance, and other related topics, including the Institute for Education Sciences, multi-year study of weighted funding, student funding, and the Finance and Productivity Initiative at the Center on Reinventing Public Education, and the Schools in Crisis Rapid Response paper series. She led the creation of several newly available financial data sets and data visualizations, including NERD dollars, produced school by school spending on every school, U.S. public school in the country, the ESSER expenditure dashboard, and ROI scatter plots. These freely accessible resources have been used extensively across the field by researchers, education leaders, advocates, and journalists to bring transparency to how funds are used and to inform financial decision making. Prior to her appointment at Georgetown University, she served as Senior Economic Advisor to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Previously, she served as a lieutenant in the U.S. Navy, teaching thermodynamics at the Naval Nuclear Power School. And with that, I will turn it over to you, Dr. Rosa. Thank you for being with us today.
Great. So hopefully my sound is coming through. I'm gonna dive in. Great. I brought a lot of Virginia data. So, and I'm hoping this is more of a conversation. But the topic here is how to leverage whatever dollars you have to maximize value for students. And so what you can see here is a 1-decade trend of that in Virginia. So the green line is how much was spent per pupil over time. And you can see it's outpaced inflation. So the spending is up to an average of $16,000 a student in 2023. We don't have the most recent numbers, but we can get those. And so you see that kind of not a massive investment, but the investment is growing faster than inflation. And around 2015 and 2017, depending on the subject, the student outcomes started falling. So obviously a lot of that drop here in the 2019 to 22 was due to COVID and school closures, but you can see that the 8th grade math scores continue to fall, and you really don't see much in the way of recovery for reading. And reading has been falling before the pandemic. So these are NAEP scores, and we very purposely picked which ones. 4th grade reading, because it is an indication of how well a system is teaching kids to read. And kids need to learn to read in order to access the rest of their curriculum, their experience in K through 12. And 8th grade math we choose because it is such an important predictor of kids' future livelihood. So not only graduation rates from high school, but also college going, what majors kids pursue, what kind of jobs kids get, what kind of post-secondary or post-life earnings they have. It's also even a predictor of a state's economy. So including actually their lifespan. So it's such a critically important predictor that we want to watch it and track it over time. And not every individual student score is necessarily a perfect predictor of their life, but at a system level, we do see that the system level, these kinds of scores are really important predictors of that. So that's why we have the 8th grade math and the 4th grade reading. And as you know, the NAEP test has not changed over time. So it really gives us a sense of how the school systems are working over time to affect these particular outcomes. Obviously, these outcomes are not everything, but they are something. And we ignore these trends, at our own peril, because they are predictive and important for that. So Virginia has some work to do for sure in order.
You're
Did
back.
people still see everything?
You're
I
back,
got all
yes.
sorts of weird
We
messages.
lost you at Virginia has some work to do.
Okay, Virginia has some work to do. So do you still see me?
Yes, we see you and we see the change in spending and scores since 2013 slide.
Okay, great, because that's funny. That's not 100% what I'm seeing, but it's sort of changed. All right, so let's go on to the next one. We do know, first of all, before I leave the slide, some states are able in their, there's a lot of variation across states, but some states are seeing a lot more progress in reading and math than others. Virginia is not alone in seeing its scores fall, but there are states that have really turned it around and are seeing substantial progress. So we know that states matter when it comes to what kind of progress that students are getting. We also see a lot of variation in districts, and I'll get to that in a few moments, but the trends really vary by region, which tells us that some state policies have been able to deliver a really stronger outcome for kids. So I'll get more into that in a moment. So a couple other things that are coming fast at Virginia is the fact that enrollment is scheduled to fall. So it did fall in the pandemic. A few of the kids came back, but you see it kind of flattened here. With decreased immigration and declining birth rates, Virginia is expected to see more contraction in its enrollment. And meanwhile, at the same time, you see that over the last decade, the state has added employees, or the school systems have added employees. So divisions have more school district employees than at any time in the past. We have 10,000 plus more employees over the last decade, while enrollment has fallen and is continued to fall. Usually people will then ask us, well, who are all these new employees? If the school system is staffed at a higher level now than at any time in the past. And I think that's one of these questions, is whether or not those increases in staffing are actually delivering value for students. And so I did go and pull the new positions added, and you can see there's a little over 3,000 new teachers, a little over 2,000 new teacher aides, and then over 6,000 in all other. And all other is a lot of what we call the middle layer in schooling. It's not the classroom, but it's all these specialists that we've added. So whether it's reading coaches, math coaches, interventionists, counselors, social workers, special ed specialists, etc. Sometimes they're administrators and they're overseeing a program, but that is where this new layer has really grown in schools. And one of the reasons we point this out is that we're worried in lots of states, not just Virginia, but that this new layer of positions isn't delivering as much value for students, and you can kind of see it in those scores, as we had hoped. And you can kind of see why. In many school districts, the strongest teachers were promoted to be one of these specialists. And then the school division went out and hired a new teacher to fill that opening. Well, in the last few years, the applicant pool for teachers was pretty thin. So they may have actually brought in a less effective teacher to fill that spot when that super strong teacher was promoted to being a specialist. So there are a lot of students now in classrooms with less effective teachers than we'd had in the past. And now we've added this layer of specialists, but we're not getting as much value out of the specialists as we'd hoped. And so it kind of reminds us that when it comes to staffing, quality matters more than quantity, and especially quality in the classroom. So where you want to have your strongest talent, you want that talent to be in the classroom actually teaching kids. And that's when you get the most value for that. So we're encouraging districts to make sure you know who your most effective teachers are, that you're keeping them in the classroom, even if that means paying them more, that you're trying to get more students in front of those teachers, even if that means you have to let class sizes drift up. But evidence is pretty strong that having more students in front of a more effective teacher is of higher value for students than smaller class sizes. So that's one thing definitely to watch in Virginia. The teacher shortage, you probably heard a lot about that. A little bit of whiplash here, but it's over now. And that's because nationwide, the federal relief funds, the ESSER funds, triggered a whole lot of hiring. And we call it like combat hiring. One district or division would hire from another, and then they would hire back, and all this. But the applicant pool was quite thin, and so we didn't see that much. We really saw that labor supply depleted pretty quickly. But when those funds are gone, now what we have are school divisions with a hiring freeze, no longer hiring, and so the newly minted teachers who are coming out of their teacher prep programs are actually having a hard time finding a job. So it's worth putting that context in there. We've shifted really quickly from we need to spend a lot of money to raise teacher salaries to now saying we have the opportunity to be pickier and choosier about who we have in our teaching force, and some of the people that we maybe brought on board who are not a great fit for teaching, maybe this is a great time to exit them and potentially either move specialists back into the classroom or find potentially stronger teachers to fill those roles. So looking ahead, we're not going to be able to maintain staffing levels at the rate that we did with those ESSER funds. And so the motto here is really quality is likely going to matter more than quantity. So we're advising more targeted raises for stronger reading or math teachers or in higher poverty schools, that all made more sense now. And that's our question for most, is whether leaders have the data and the tools to know who their most strong teachers are and whether or not they're effective at keeping them in those classroom positions teaching reading and math. So another big challenge is that Virginia, like many states, is projected to see a lot of enrollment declines. 37% of Virginia divisions have already seen enrollment declines since 2019, but they're going to come fast and furious now. The light colored states here, of which Virginia is one, are the ones seeing deeper declines over the next decade. And that means that that divisions will also need to be shrinking while they're trying to improve their delivery models. And across Virginia, we're seeing different levels of success at that. So I'm going to explain this very messy graph for you for a second. But what you see here are only elementary schools with 50 to 75% poverty. So they're that slice. They're not the highest poverty, but they're not the wealthy or middle class schools as much either. They are schools, comparable schools, elementary schools that have that 50 to 75% poverty band. And on the bottom here is how much they spend per pupil. And on the vertical are their pass rates on fourth grade reading using the state assessment. So up in the right-hand corner, these are more expensive schools with higher outcomes. Over here, we call these our ROI superstars. They're getting really strong outcomes for this mix of kids without disproportionately more resources than their peers. And these are lower scores, less money, and over here is sort of the opposite of ROI. These are expensive schools that have relatively low outcomes for this batch of students. And so you can see in Virginia, and yes, there are some cost of living differences, but there are some real score differences for the students. And it really gives you a chance to say, where are our investments working to deliver strong outcomes? Which schools and which divisions are able to translate their money into strong reading outcomes for their kids, and which ones still have quite a bit of work to do? So this website is on this data is on our website. You can look at it. You can mouse over all the schools. You can ask to highlight different divisions. You can narrow it to different groups, look at math and outcomes, just look at large schools, small schools, and so on. But when you start to look across these, you see that some school districts really are quite a bit better at making sure their kids are reading by fourth grade than others. And so I think that's a place to start with. Well, what do we know what's working? How can we make sure that we're focusing attention on the school divisions and schools that are not successful and figure out where there's a change? Because clearly, based on this data, it's possible to get a higher percentage of kids reading than is happening in some of these schools. So one of our findings has been across the country is that leaders may not know that they're less successful with the same batch of kids as some of their peers. And here you see it's not like a strong correlation of money. It's that the money is delivering value in some schools and not in others. So I'm going to show you the math outcomes. These are just same 50 to 75% poverty. Actually, I take that back. There's a typo on my slide. It should be 25 to 50% poverty. I didn't switch that over. So there are different color schools because there's different poverty levels. So it's 25 to 50%. I'll make sure that gets changed in the final data set. So these are middle schools without really high poverty levels. Again, a lot of variation in how successful they are at ensuring kids are passing in math, in 8th grade math. And so, if your school is 25 to 50% poverty, you can see that even among the same investment level, there's massive variation in how successful the school is. And even as we add more dollars, we're not necessarily seeing across the board better math outcomes for students. So again, here we would want to make sure that leaders knew. So we'll say these kinds of schools over here that your school does have disproportionately more resources and yet is not, at least so far, getting really high value in math for the kids that you serve when other schools in the state are more successful. So that's how we use this data to really drive ROI. As we bring people in, we let people sort of examine it, we help make sure they understand, we let them ask questions of their peer schools that are more successful. Not everything translates, to a simple answer. Often we learn things about schools that are not transferable, but it does focus leaders' attention on this relationship between investment and outcomes. So I have a little bit of special ed data for you, but I wanted to pause there and see if there are questions before we move into special ed, or would you prefer I just do those last two slides?
Are there any questions or comments here before we move on to the last two slides? Okay. You may proceed.
Okay. So for special education, in Virginia divisions, what you see here is this is the overall population of students. You saw that line before. This is the percent, this is the population of students being identified for special ed. So it's rising. Obviously, students weren't identified in the early times of COVID, but identification rates are up, right? So you look at that, another 20,000 students identified with disabilities over a decade while the overall student population is shrinking. So one thing really to point out here is that the largest category of kids for disabilities is learning disability, and that's mostly reading disabilities. These are kids that are struggling to read. And what that tells us, and usually when we see that growth in kids with reading disabilities, we worry they're not getting strong reading instruction in the early grades. And so if a kid's not reading by, 3rd grade, they end up getting referred over for special ed. And some of those students with stronger reading preparation in the early grades may not have drifted over there. Or if they are drifting over to special ed programs, stronger reading instruction in the mainstream classrooms would have reduce the amount of time or services they needed in their special ed programs. So just to keep this in mind, it really affects the school division's bottom line, how many kids are being referred, and it is very much related to the strength of their reading instruction in the early grades. But we have these trends in some other states too, and this will be a big cost factor going forward if we don't find better ways to serve kids potentially at lower cost. And you can look here. These are the two graphs for students with disabilities on NAEP. So the top one is reading. And Virginia here, the special ed students underperform the national average in reading. And so even as we're identifying more students, we're not particularly successful with them and at teaching reading. With most of them have reading disabilities or other things like ADD is a very common one, or speech impediments or things like that, then we should be able to get them to read. We're a little more successful for our kids with disabilities in math. And you can see here if Virginia beats the national average for its students with disabilities on the NAEP math scores. And that kind of points to urgency around really improving reading for all students. And this is another thing in special ed, is that when we see school divisions put an emphasis on hiring specialists in special ed, we don't see that progress for kids in reading and math who have disabilities. So again, same kind of thing is, let's keep our strongest special ed talent and the teaching talent in the classroom, and let's improve our reading program for all of our students, and that should pay dividends all across the board. So that's what I have for you today, and I'm happy to talk about how other ideas that we have for how states can really harness their state role in making sure that you see a better connection between the investments and outcomes. And that can include things like shifting away. I know Virginia has a pretty heavy emphasis in state law on class size caps. I would move away from those. You really want to make sure that as much as possible you're encouraging divisions to put more students in their strongest teachers' classrooms and potentially pay them more accordingly for that. We also think that the states need to identify who their strongest teachers are using student growth data and make sure that they stay in the state and they stay in these reading and math classrooms. Some states are kind of trying to bypass divisions and put money toward that. And then you really want to make sure in every division that the leaders are really focused on leveraging their available dollars and investing to try to maximize these value for students on some of these core academic measures. And I'm happy to talk more about that too.
Any questions or comments here from the board members? No? Dr. Northern?
Hi, Marguerite. Amber Northern. Nice to see you. Hey, I have heard you say this before, and I just wanted you to kind of educate us a little bit. When you're talking about the drops in student enrollment that we're seeing nationally, and I've heard you say school districts need to start thinking small. Can you talk to us a little bit about what you're seeing, what lessons you're learning across the country from other states that are already beginning to sort of grapple with the student enrollment loss, and what lessons we might take away from other folks as we face down this own challenge here in Virginia?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that. So it's hard for divisions to shrink, right? It means shrinking your workforce, potentially closing schools, ending programs. And what's critical right now is that we do that in a way that allows us, even if we've been doing something for a long time, we are eliminating what isn't showing as much value for the dollar. And that is not in the DNA of most division leaders. And I actually have this other slide, and I was thinking about doing this, but we did focus groups of district leaders, and we asked, specifically around budget cutting, what drives your decisions about budget choices? And of course, they always said, what's best for students, what's best for students. So we actually redid the question and went back and did a bunch more focus groups because this didn't match what we were seeing. And we gave them this question. A vendor is offering tech-based tutoring and has great results. A district wants to use Title I funds to pay for it, but that would mean letting go of a reading coach and a parent coordinator. And so this is like a classic case of we have a constrained budget, we don't have enough money to do everything. We're thinking about keeping something that's getting good results for us, but that would mean letting go of employees. And then what we heard was, things like our union would never allow that, our board wants us to minimize job reductions, and I can't cut our staff, their family. And I say this because, so this kind of came out of that, is that people say they make decisions about what's best for kids, except then they often, especially when they're contracting, really first and foremost protect labor. And I get it, right? We don't want school divisions to willy-nilly get rid of staff, that they are part of the community, except that this time while we're contracting, we do need to labor is everything that districts pay for, really. Like 80 to 90% of their budget is labor. And when we contract, we have to be really discerning about which of our employees are adding stronger value than others. And with so much rapid hiring recently, we have the opportunity to do that, especially among our newer employees. If we're not seeing the value, rather than just shrink via attrition, we can potentially take a more proactive role and exit some of our weaker employees, even if that means maybe going and hiring new ones, because the labor pool is rebuilt and we can afford to be a lot choosier. So it's a hard role for division leaders to take on right now, is how do you shrink in a way that really is designed to make sure you end up with a smaller, stronger school system. But that is the challenge ahead. And there will be divisions that will shrink. A lot of them wait too long to shrink. They end up jeopardizing their financials. They try to avoid any hard decisions. And it really leaves students getting a smaller, less effective system instead of a smaller, stronger system.
Thank you.
But yeah, there's school closures. What I think would be the worst way to shrink would be to let go this whole middle layer where we see a lot of our talent in our system, and exit them with early retirements or things like that. It would be like exiting all our talent. And I know it may not be palpable, appetizing for many people to return to the classroom, but I think school divisions could make it fiscally lucrative for some of their intermediate specialists to come back to the classroom where that talent could really deliver value for kids.
That's great. Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Mr. Monk?
Thank you. You talked about the all other category and kind of the discrepancy between dollars and results there, as well as kind of class size caps. Can you expand a little bit of maybe other examples you've seen in other states where that's been flipped a little and some opportunities? I think you've done that with Dr. Northern's question, but maybe a little bit more around that.
Yes. So there are, if you could get around class size caps, you can pay teachers more to take on more students. So let's say you were aiming for a class size of 25, and you said, I'm taking my strongest teachers, pay them $2,000 more for each additional student they take on, and you're only offering this to your strongest teachers. It's not a pay for performance, it's a pay for workload. But if they took on 4 more students, they're teaching 29 kids, making $8,000 extra, and 4 more kids have the experience of spending their year in a strong teacher's classroom. And that's a really strong way. When we saw this with ESSER funds, really, for the most part, almost nothing was a guarantee of improved outcomes, except getting more students in front of the strongest teachers. So a lot of districts did that. They found their strongest math teachers and said, hey, I'll pay you extra if you teach an additional class at the middle or high school level, or a zero period class of a kind of a recovery class for some kids, or we'll put more kids in your classroom. And where we saw districts do that, they saw more value for their investment. So I think there is an opportunity to kind of change our thinking from the kind of factory one-size-fits-all classroom size to one of how do we find the most valuable players and make sure that more students have access to them. And that is a different approach to schooling, but it's one that the research really supports. And that means moving away from class size caps and this idea that you have this kind of standard one-size-fits-all model, both for compensation and for class sizes. Some people say, oh, our parents would never put up with that. And we worked with a district that had paid its strongest teachers to take on more students. And sure enough, you know, there'd be a school and there'd be 23 kids in one classroom and 28 in the one next door. And so a parent in the 28 kid classroom would come in and say, you know, why does my kid have so many kids in their classroom? And the principal would say, because it's a really good teacher. You want to move your kid out? I can do that. No one ever moves their kid out. They want that stronger teacher. No one ever does. You know, maybe they want another kid to move out, but not theirs. And that, of course, is not on offer. So even parents seem to know, of course, you can't do this to teachers and not compensate them more. They deserve that extra compensation with that extra workload. So it means changing our approach to both of those things.
Other questions or comments here? Okay, Dr. Rosa, we really appreciate you and your time here this afternoon. And we maybe we'll see you in the future in person.
Great. Excellent. Well, thank you for tolerating me being on video.
Oh, you're great. Thank you so much. Thanks for tolerating our tech issues. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Everybody.
Take care. Okay. Are we okay to use mics still? Should we log out now so everyone logs out? Okay. All right. So at this time, we've completed our work session agenda and we'll move into our executive session for the remainder of today's meeting. And so I would ask Mr. Hanson if he would please read our motion to go into closed session so that we can consider our licensure cases.
I move that the Virginia Board of Education convene in a closed meeting for the following purposes: discussion or consideration by the Board of Education of information relating to the denial, suspension, or revocation of teacher licenses subject to the exclusion in subdivision 11 of section 2.2-3705.3 pursuant to section 2.2-3711A40 of the Code of Virginia, and consultation with counsel regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice pursuant to Virginia Code section 2.2-3711A8 of the Code of Virginia, and the legal counsel to the Virginia Board of Education staff whose presence will aid in the board's consideration of this matter participate in the closed meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Dr. Ackerman?
Aye.
Mr. Green? Dr. Northern?
Aye.
Mr. Hanson?
Aye.
Mr. Monk?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, we are now in closed session. Thank you. Hanson, will you please read our certification to return to open session?
We convene today in a closed meeting pursuant to a recorded vote on the motion above and in accordance with the Freedom of Information Act. Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia requires that the board certify that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempt from open meeting requirements under this chapter, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered. Any member who believes there was a departure from these requirements shall so state prior to the vote, indicating the substance of the departure that in his or her judgment has taken place. The statement of the departure will be recorded in the minutes.
Dr. Ackerman?
Aye.
Mr. Green? Aye. Dr. Northern?
Aye.
Mr. Hanson?
Aye.
Mr. Monk?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay. At this time, let's see, I'm going to go this way. In the chair will entertain a motions on our cases that we have just gone through. In case number 2025-22, the chair will entertain a motion to revoke the license of Ileana Abigail Russell.
So moved.
Second.
Dr. Ackerman?
Aye.
Mr. Green?
Aye.
Mr. Monk?
Aye.
Dr. Northern?
Aye.
Mr. Hanson?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. In case 2025-24, the chair will entertain a motion to revoke the license of Amarise Smith.
So moved.
Second.
Dr. Ackerman?
Aye.
Mr. Green?
Aye.
Mr. Monk?
Aye.
Dr. Northern?
Aye.
Mr. Hanson?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. In the case numbered 2025-23, the chair will entertain a motion to issue a license.
So moved.
Second.
Dr. Ackerman?
Aye.
Mr. Green?
Aye.
Mr. Monk?
Aye.
Dr. Northern?
Aye.
Mr. Hanson?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. In case 2025-21, the chair will entertain a motion to take no action.
So moved.
Second.
Dr. Ackerman?
Nay.
Mr. Green?
Aye.
Mr. Monk?
Aye.
Dr. Northern?
Aye.
Mr. Hanson?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. In case 2025-18, the chair will entertain a motion to revoke the license of Dexter Benjamin Gore.
So moved.
Second.
Dr. Ackerman?
Yay.
Mr. Green?
Aye.
Mr. Monk?
Aye.
Dr. Northern?
Aye.
Mr. Hanson?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. In case 2025-25, the chair will entertain a motion to issue a license.
So moved.
Second.
Dr. Ackerman?
Aye.
Mr. Green?
Aye.
Mr. Monk?
Aye.
Dr. Northern?
Aye.
Mr. Hanson?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, and that brings us to the end of our day today. Thank you all for your work, and I will see you bright and early in the morning.